Welcome to r/malicious compliance, where someone deeply regrets saying, well then, sue me. Our next Reddit post is from Slim Pickings. This popped into my Welcome to r/malicious compliance, where someone deeply regrets saying, well then, sue me. Our next Reddit post is from Slim Pickings. This popped into my mind recently. I used to work at a retail tropical fish store, and weird as it is, we were very well known. We used to provide the aquarium with rare fish, and people used to drive from 2 to 3 states over if they were true fish people to come buy from us. At the time, I was a 17-year-old girl, and I was an expert in tropical fish and koi. In fact, it was my job that summer to be the koi and outdoor pond point person, and my job was not only stocking the ponds, but managing all the plants, caring for them, and knowing every bit of information and all the prices of the various koi and goldfish we had. I knew diets, temperature ranges, places of origin, special breeds. I knew it all. They would even call me with questions on my days off. That clearly didn't matter to one customer though. He came inside the store and asked for some help with koi outside. I happily agreed, as I was the only person out on my lunch break. Now, this guy frankly seemed put off by me offering to help. So instead of buying anything, he decided to quiz me for 20 minutes about the koi, goldfish, and pond plants to try to get me to admit I didn't know something. I answered every single one of his stupid questions. Some were really stupid. And at the end of the 20 minutes, he had the balls to say, "Can I talk to someone who knows things? Like a man?" Full emphasis and tone on those words, too. "Sure you can," I say with a fake smile. "Let me get John for you." Here's the malicious compliance. John, who was 75, was retired, annoying as hell, and crazy. My boss didn't even want him to be hired, but he owed John a favor. Now, John is an expert in goldfish, but he hates koi and outside ponds. John, also like I said, is really annoying and crazy, but he had a soft spot for me, so we would always chat. I went inside to find John and explained to him that this customer wanted a man to talk to. John asked me why he wanted to speak to a man when I was the pond point person, and I told him that he clearly just didn't like that he was speaking to a girl. John nods knowingly, gets this evil grin on his face, and goes to help the customer. 5 minutes later, I hear a man yelling in the parking lot. I run outside and find the customer screaming at John and cursing him out. "What is wrong with you? Does nobody effing know anything around here? I will never come back. You're all horrible and know nothing about fish, and you're a terrible employee." Or something to that effect. I watched the guy hop into his car, slam the door, and drive off. I asked John what happened. He said, "Oh yeah, no. Every time he asked me a question, I said, not sure. Good question though. I could go get OP and ask. She's really our pond expert." And apparently he didn't like that. Customer, if you read and remember this, F you. Thanks for reading. And down in the comments, we have a similar story from Grant B. Wilson. When I was 21, I had a summer job driving a bus around Banff for a group of hotels. It was free for the guests staying at any of our 5 hotels in Banff. I had my Class 4 license, which is required to drive those 24-passenger shuttle buses. I looked like a young, fun-loving guy, because I was. I pulled up to a group of people that were flagging me down. This happens when guests see me, but they aren't at a stop. No worries, I pull over. I open the door, and Karen looks right at me with that open mouth gasp that is so signature of Karen's. "Well, you're most certainly not old enough to be driving this bus." We kinda just stared at each other through the open door. I didn't know what to say. Someone else pushed past her and said, "Looks fine to me," and sat down. She stood there in the door and pulled out her phone. "I'm calling the hotel to make sure that you should be driving." All the other guests on the bus sigh. She wasn't finished finding the phone number when someone on the sidewalk outside said, "Wow, look, an eagle." She stepped off the bus for a second to get a look. I closed the door and left her there. Next bus is in an hour. I don't know if there even was an eagle. Our next Reddit post is from Nerd Without a Cause. So my husband works from home and has a very tidy office. I work in a lab and so can't usually work from home, and since our house is small, I never really set up a workspace for myself. And to be honest, I'm not the most organized person. So usually my belongings are found scattered all over the house. My husband once turned around the car when he realized that he forgot to make the bed. So my messiness is a challenge for him. Anyway, one day a few years ago while my husband was out, I had to sign something. I couldn't find a pen in my bag, and so I stole one from my husband's desk. A few hours later, the following conversation occurred. Hey, did you take the blue pen off my desk? Oh, yeah, sorry. I rifle through the stack of junk on the kitchen table until I find it. Here you go. My husband, slightly irritated, said, I wish you wouldn't take my stuff. You're always losing things. Now, I'm a little huffy because while it's true that I lose things from time to time, we're talking about a $1 paper-made pen, not a Mont Blanc. I say, well, you're the only one with an office full of office supplies. I don't even have any place to keep my own stuff. Well, why don't you just get a bunch of pens and put them all over the house with the rest of your stuff? Then you'll be able to find them. And then he stalked back off to his office. Okay, fine, I think. Let's do it your way. I hop on Amazon and, oh look, 10 pens for £5? Let's get 3 sets in each color. Plus a few pen holder cylinders and a pack of Sharpies for good measure, because you can never have enough Sharpies. Add to cart and confirm. The next day, my malicious package fortuitously arrived while my husband was out of the house. When he returned home, he was greeted by a lovely bouquet of pens in the entryway. He was soon to discover a similar bouquet in the kitchen, on the mantle, the table at the top of the staircase, bedroom dresser, and bathroom cabinet. This is a small 2-bedroom house, so pens had suddenly become the primary design motif. His only comment was an exasperated, "Really?" To which I just grinned in reply. He did move the one out of the bathroom, but the others stayed where they were and are actually pretty handy. I haven't needed to borrow any of his pens since, so I think we both won. And then down in the comments, we have a similar story from Balls to Aesir. My ex and I were both smokers, and she couldn't retain possession of a lighter for more than a day or two. She'd misplaced it and was constantly asking me for a light, then reflexively pocketing my lighter and putting it in her pocket or her purse. For April Fool's Day, I bought 50 lighters off of Amazon. I started by putting 10 or so in her purse. For the next few days, every time she left the room, I would drop another lighter or 2 in her purse. There was a bowl on the table near the entrance. I guess her purse got crowded or heavy, so a few days later, there were about 10 lighters in the bowl. That didn't stop me. I kept dropping a lighter or 2 into her purse every day. Before long, the bowl was overflowing and her purse still had a dozen lighters in it. That's when she told me that I'd made my point and to stop with the lighters. And then Wambu adds, how can her bag get heavier when you added lighters to it? Our next Reddit post is from Low Myopie. A few years ago, I moved back to the city where I had been a university student. As I was now a young professional and had experienced significant issues with housemates in the past, I decided that I would rent a small flat from a reputable agency which specifically catered for young professionals such as myself. I went and viewed the property, which was quite messy and needed to have a few things addressed. But seeing as tenants were still living in the property and the agency assured me that in between tenants the landlord would clean the property and resolve any small issues prior to moving in, I happily signed a contract and wrote a check for the deposit and first month of rent. 2 months later, I moved into the property and was welcomed with the following issues. And then OP includes an absolutely massive list of all the terrible things that were wrong with this apartment. I'm not going to read them all because it's quite long, but here's a few highlights. The previous tenants had left much of their belongings behind, namely clothes and bedding. The main supply and circuit breaker was ripped from the wall, which is incredibly dangerous. The vinyl floor was ripped up. There was fecal matter on a light switch. The washing machine was broken and the gas cooker was missing burner caps, so it was therefore unusable. It was very clear that 2 things had occurred here. The first being that the previous tenants had done a bit of a number on the property. They had not respected the property and had left quite a lot of damage in their wake. They didn't even have the decency to empty the place of their contents and, at a bare minimum, take the rubbish out before leaving. The second issue, however, is that the landlord had evidently not made any significant attempt to bring the property back into a habitable state prior to me moving in. Being the reasonable guy that I was, I called the landlord and asked if he could resolve these issues immediately, primarily as the property was genuinely in a dangerous and non-habitable state. I didn't want to be a dick about it. However, at the bare minimum, the flat should be safe to inhabit. The landlord dismissed all of my complaints and stated that his wife had inspected and cleaned the property a few days before and all was fine. This was a blatant lie. I told him that I was extremely unhappy with the situation and he told me to adhere to the contract which you'd signed. He subsequently hung up on me. Any sympathy I had for that landlord evaporated at this moment. He was happy for me to live in a dangerous property. So I went through my contract line by line and found 2 key pieces of information. 1. If a property is deemed to be in breach of fire regulations or is deemed uninhabitable by a suitable representative, it is the responsibility of the landlord to resolve such issues immediately. 2. If the landlord cannot resolve such issues immediately, it is the responsibility of the landlord to provide alternative accommodation to the tenant until the property is returned to a habitable state. Fortunately, a close member of my family at the time was a fellow of the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. Within the hour, I had a formal letter stating that the property was uninhabitable and dangerous. I had this email to the landlord. Within 10 minutes, I had a call from him arranging emergency accommodation at a local hotel until he returned from his business trip 3 days later. On his return, he drove directly to the property from the airport and returned the checks for my deposit and first month's rent to me and asked me to move out, which I gladly did. Unbeknownst to him, a copy of the letter had been sent by my family member to the housing ombudsman and the local authority. The last thing I heard is that this bloke ended up being investigated, heavily fined, and had to sell the house. So as I was reading this, my first thought was that the previous renters must have been really terrible renters. But by the end of the story, I was thinking, maybe they actually weren't all that bad. Maybe they also got screwed over by the landlord, so they were trying to get a last bit of revenge. Our next Reddit post is from I Am Groot. Back in middle school, we had a teacher, we'll call him Mr. Teacher, who was kind of a jerk. He was kind of an odd guy who came off as very condescending to students. He also seemed kind of disinterested in teaching in general. One day during math class, he's generally butchering a lesson on the basics of algebra. Literally the introduction on how an equation is formed and balanced. One kid is really struggling and asking a lot of questions. Mr. Teacher is struggling to come up with a coherent explanation. Finally, the class clown, who was actually pretty smart, couldn't handle it anymore and interjects. Mr. Teacher, you're explaining this in a really confusing way. It's not as complicated as you're making it out to be. Look, do you want to teach this class? Sure, I bet I can explain it better than you are right now. I'd like to see that. Go right ahead. Now, the tone of this wasn't friendly. Mr. Teacher was trying to put the kid in his place and he was really sarcastic about the whole thing. You could tell he thought kid was going to bomb and be embarrassed. Well, the kid marches up to the whiteboard, grabs a marker, and spends 5 minutes walking the struggling kid through the lesson in front of the entire class. His explanation is clear, it makes sense, and at the end, the struggling kid goes, "Oh, okay, now I finally get it, thanks." Mr. Teacher is pretty sour about this turn of events and picks on a small detail the kid omitted from his explanation. He says, "You know, kid, you didn't mention anything about this one detail." The kid turns around and looks dead in Mr. Teacher's eyes and says, "Mr. Teacher, do you want to teach this class?" The class erupts in laughter and clapping as Mr. Teacher looks like he wants to kill the kid. Meanwhile, it was legit like a movie and the bell rings and class ended. Our next Reddit post is from Account Attempt 8. I worked for an IT company a while back and needed to do a return on a faulty computer component. My tickets would be constantly closed as complete from the vendor with no information given. We realized they used the same ticketing system as us due to a loop created by auto responses back and forth from both systems. We stopped the issue on our side and said, "Oh well, that's good to know." After a few weeks and over 50 tickets, I was no closer to a resolution. My strategy at that time was spamming them with tickets as they were very easy to create in our system. I tried calling. I'd leave voicemails, but messages stated that all returns are done via their online ticketing system. Okay. I sent my tickets to every department several times a day after getting no response from the returns department or my voicemails. Clearly, the tickets could be closed just as easily on their end with no care or repercussion. Then I realized I had the answer all along. I asked my boss to remove the new rules he had implemented to stop the loop of responses. He set another rule to basically auto-clear the responses right after it's received, and we've already auto-responded. This was to ensure that it doesn't crash the ticketing system since it was generating a response every few seconds. And I was gonna do this on 5 tickets. These responses also generate an email being sent back and forth. That should make for several hundred emails per minute. Better yet, I'm fairly certain images were getting relayed with each response. On an older or poorly set up system, that's a whole lot of traffic and data coming in. Even worse if no one there knows what's happening or how to stop it. Many companies don't have an IT department due to overall need. They outsource to companies like mine to fulfill those needs. It took less than an hour. We received a frantic call from the vendor asking us to stop the auto responses from our system because they didn't know how. It had basically taken down their email server because it was full and no one knew how to fix it. Oh, sorry about that. I'm glad you called though. I wasn't sure anyone worked at your company because I've been trying to contact you for weeks. We didn't notice a problem on our end, but we can see what's going on now. Must be a different setup. Weird. I had a credit for the part before we ended the call. I hung up the phone victorious, called the boss, and told him to put the roll back in. We never bought from them again. Dormammu, I've come to submit a ticket. That was r/malicious compliance, and if you like this video, then check out my podcast where I publish the exact same content. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/petty revenge, where a bully gets what he deserves. I'm a 26-year-old man that works as a program coordinator at my company. We're a 1,000-person team that focuses on supporting the military with defense contracts. My girlfriend is 22 years old and works as a bartender while she's finishing up her final year of university. She's sweet, shy, and makes me laugh every time we hang out. I love her so much. But one of her coworkers, Megan, is a complete jerk to her when they work together. Cusses her out in front of diners, belittles her when she makes a mistake, reports every little infraction she makes to the general manager, etc. This woman is in her late 30s and still acting like a high schooler. My girlfriend has reported this behavior several times to management, but they just wave it off. Several nights, she's cried into my shoulder, talking about how badly she wants to quit as I reassure her that Megan is trash, and she doesn't deserve being treated this way. One afternoon, I came into the restaurant while my girlfriend was working the bar. Sure enough, Megan was also there along with another guy. The young guy and I are talking about our career goals when he asks what company I currently work for. I give the name of the defense contracting company I work for. "Oh, hey, Megan just applied there, right?" he says, turning to Megan. "Didn't you apply for that defense contracting company?" "Yes," Megan replies, not making eye contact with me. "Oh, what position?" I ask. "A warehouse one," she answers. That's all I needed. That night, I asked my girlfriend what Megan's last name was. That's all I... "What position?" I ask. "A warehouse one," she answers. That's all I needed. That night, I asked my girlfriend what Megan's last name was, and the following morning, I immediately headed towards the warehouse manager's office. We maintain a good professional relationship. I informed him that a woman named Megan Blank had applied for some type of position under his department and warned him that she was prone to cause trouble. He thanked me for informing him, and I went about the rest of my day as normal. That was 2 months ago. Last I heard, Megan was still working as a bartender at my girlfriend's restaurant. I applaud her for trying to move up in the world. Maybe she's looking to get health benefits. Maybe bartending is getting to be too much as she ages. But I don't think anyone else deserves to suffer from her workplace attitude. I think she's exactly where she needs to be for the rest of her life. OP, I'll give this revenge 4 out of 5 stars. What you really should have done was let her get hired. Then, after she leaves the bartending job, that's when you go to the manager and tell them all the horror stories about all the terrible things she's done. Our next Reddit post is from Troll the Mormons. This isn't my story. This was told to me by a woman I knew from work several years ago. She's a very sweet nurse. The nurse graduated from nursing school and decided with her best friend to move to one of the cities that was listed as having the most eligible bachelors from some publication. She moves and starts dating her future husband. Future husband's mother is a viper and decides nurse isn't good enough for her family. The happy couple eventually get engaged and future mother-in-law is having none of it. She tries for several months to break them up, tries to convince Nurse to go back where she came from, and simultaneously tries to gently convince her precious son that Nurse may not be good enough for him. To add some more context to the situation, this mother-in-law is pretty nasty to the nurse, but hides it well to other people, always making sure she's super fake sweet to everyone when others are around. Finally, wedding plans are set, so mother-in-law gets desperate. She gets Nurse alone with a generous offer. Leave the fiancé and never come back in exchange for $10,000. Note, this was almost 30 years ago, so I guess it was kind of a boatload of money for most. The nurse is so sick of this woman's garbage and is incredibly insulted. However, she's intelligent and maintains her composure. Nurse accepts the offer. Nurse takes the money, doesn't leave, and gets married anyway. Nobody else knows about this. Mother-in-law can't say or do anything about it without exposing herself to her family as a horrible person. Nurse and husband are still happily married. Their kids are grown. Husband has no idea this went down. The mother-in-law has suffered silently for almost 30 years. This suggestion from Seasick Pirate down in the comments escalates this from petty revenge to pro-revenge. The mother-in-law is on her deathbed. The wife suggests everyone to leave to let her rest. Once alone, she leans in and says, "Don't worry about the funeral arrangements. I have everything covered. You'd be surprised how little you get for $10,000 nowadays." Ouch. Our next Reddit post is from Christ the Welder. So, years ago, I delivered jugs of water to homes and offices. My work truck was fairly big, probably about 35 feet long. I had a building I delivered to that had 8 to 10 stops in it, and it was one of the few places that had a loading bay for delivery vehicles. The bay was wide enough for 2 large trucks side by side, and long enough for my truck to mostly fit with a bit of cab sticking out in the alleyway, not so far as to block traffic. On the other side of the alley was another building, and the dumpsters for said building. These dumpsters were in a position that it could be a little tight to get into the dock, but it was doable. This day I pull up and see a small courier car, the size of a Honda Civic, pull into the bay and stop right at the entrance. This position is just enough that I can't get the angle I need to be able to nose up to the dumpsters and back into the open spot in the loading bay. If I tried, I'd likely hit the car. Luckily for me, the driver was just getting out of the car, so I politely asked if she could back up a couple of feet so I could get into the dock. "I'm only going to be a few minutes." "Yes, but if you take 5 seconds, we can both do what we need to do." "I'll be a few minutes." And she walks into the building. So I'm kinda stunned at this point. I've been in the delivery industry for almost a decade. Most other drivers get that it's a tough job, and we all do what we have to do, and there's kind of an unwritten code even amongst competitors. So I think, well, someone hasn't heard of the right of wait. So I maneuver my truck nice and tight to the building so as to not block the alleyway while parking perpendicular to the loading dock entrance and blocking her car in. I start loading the first of 2 or 3 cartloads into the building. She comes out and sees my truck. "Well, isn't this cute? You need to move." "I'll only be a few minutes." "I need to go. Move your truck now." By this time, my cart is loaded and I tell her, "It's okay, I'll only be a few minutes," as I walk into the building. Then we have a similar story from Clown572 down in the comments. I drive a tow truck, and many times I'm in the middle of loading a car on my flatbed in a crowded parking lot. People will walk up to me and tell me that I need to move so they can get out. I tell them I'll be done in another minute or 2. For some reason, that's not acceptable to them, and they start ranting about having places to be and getting me fired. I always respond with, "If I hadn't had to stop to talk to you, I'd have been done by now. But feel free to call the number on the truck." That's always more fun when they call and I answer with, "This is going to take all day if you keep interrupting me." These people call up this tow truck driver and are like, "Hello, I'd like to report you to you because you're a jerk and I demand that you fire you." Our next Reddit post is from Half Pint Marmot. I'm not a professional photographer, but friends and family ask me to take photos for them all the time. I love portrait photography and I'm happy to do the favor, but sometimes people are really awful and annoying, and then it really grates that I'm spending my evening and weekend shooting and then processing photos for free. A few years ago, I had a really bad client. A colleague asked me to do a family shoot on Mother's Day. I knew I'd have the morning to play with before going to see my own mom, so I accepted. It was going to be at a winery in the country, and my colleague offered to pay me to join them for brunch. Bonus! We carpooled, and it wasn't until we got there that I realized that it wasn't just going to be my colleague, her husband, and her kids. It was my colleague husband's entire family. Brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, parents, and even both grandmas. 27 people. I'm immediately panicking about how long it's going to take to do this shoot and mention to my colleague and her husband that I have to leave in 3 hours to get back to my family's Mother's Day. My colleague's husband says it'll be fine. I don't really have a choice as we carpooled, so I try and relax and have fun. Brunch goes on forever, and when we're finished, we only have an hour for photos. I figure that should be fine if cutting it close, and I ask for colleague's husband help in keeping his family organized and moving. I plan out the normal shots with colleague's husband, everyone together, family groups, kids, and then colleague's husband starts asking for couple shots as well. Then siblings. I text my family, let them know I'll be a little late, but hoping it won't be too bad because colleague's husband will keep people moving. An hour and a half later, and everyone is having a bad time. The kids are crying. It's taking forever to get any shots at all. Why? Because colleague's husband is yelling at people, hurling commands and orders, barking, foaming at the mouth. It's incredibly awful. The winery people come over a few times and ask us to keep it down. Colleague's husband yells at them too. I'm praying that they kick us out. I try telling colleague's husband that I have to leave, that we can try again for photos another time. The family tries to leave. We're stopped. No, we must endure. When he tells his son that he's going to knock the snot out of him if he doesn't stop crying, something snaps in me. I stop trying to cheer people up, get fun photos, happy smiles. I just take the photos we need so we can all just GTFO. When I eventually get home, I do what I can with these miserable photos. I combine different frames to get group shots where everyone looks happy. Where that doesn't work, I touch up facial expressions so people look less harried. I steal bits from candid shots earlier in the day. These are impossible masterpieces when I'm through with them. I spend hours and hours making sure these pictures are going to hang in living rooms forever. Then, I go through every single effing photo featuring colleague's husband, absolutely everyone, and just enough to be slightly noticeable, just enough to look weird and awkward, I enlarge his head. I feel like every time this guy passes a mirror for the rest of his life, he's gonna look at himself and be like, is my head really that big? Our next Reddit post is from Shaleka. We live in an apartment block and occasionally have new people move in and out. Yesterday we encountered a new resident, a short red-haired lady who, through dwarfism and food, manages to be about as wide as she is tall. My boyfriend greeted her with a simple, hello. He also tried to say welcome, but she cut him off with, shut up, I don't know you. Okay, not the sociable type, neither are we. Let's not get friendly then. Today when returning from grocery shopping, we found her trying to pick her lock with what looked like a piece of a paperclip. Because, you know, that's going to work. And she had apparently been at it for a while because before we could open the door with our key, a patrol car stopped and an officer called out to her. We stopped to watch because, well, it was happening. The officer asked her why she was breaking into the apartment, to which she responded she lived there. She turned to us and said, they know me. My boyfriend smiled and said, I don't know you. We entered the building after the officer asked us to confirm, and my boyfriend repeated, we don't know her. Can't wait to have more contact with her. Our next Reddit post is from Sparky Mountain. So I took my 2 young sons to the local water park yesterday. They had a blast. I stayed in the lazy river most of the time with them. I tend to stay about 10 to 20 yards behind them. Close enough to keep an eye on them, far enough for them to have fun. I'm minding my own business, floating in the lazy river when suddenly a wild bully appears. Cute 10-year-old husky boy who's following around a much smaller girl. I'm observing over the course of a few laps of the river as this little turd boy is constantly teasing and intimidating this little girl that's like half his size. I lap them, I'm now right behind victim and bully. My own son's constantly in my view, and I get close enough to hear bully talking trash to his victim, trying to get her to leave the pool. She's visibly scared and trying to get away from him. There are no accompanying adults with these children. This is when I see the bully take a mouthful of water and flat out spit in the girl's face. At this point, I'm like, you did not, and I go into action. Things are crazy and hectic because we're surrounded by people in a loud water park, so I know I can get away with this. Just loud enough for him to hear me, I say to the bully from behind him, "Hey!" Bully turd turns around and I proceed to go full Honda palm splashing right in his face. After about 6 seconds of splashing Blastoise level water in his face, bully is coughing and girl is 10 yards ahead near my sons. My work here is done. I proceed to say nothing and pretend nothing's happened. Bully stands shocked, catching his breath in the lazy river as the hapless water-going masses float past, oblivious. 10 minutes later, the bully is gone and victim has returned to merriment. I think the lifeguard saw me and just didn't care. OP, use hydro pump! Our next Reddit post is from Mar7. OP, use hydro pump! Our next Reddit post is from Mar7. This happened a few months ago as I was driving my work van, the biggest Mercedes Sprinter you can drive without a commercial license, around Amsterdam delivering groceries. This story takes place on a single lane road with high curbs on both sides that takes you from one neighborhood to another. The speed limit is 50 kilometers per hour, although it could have been 70 in my opinion, except in some tight corners. Now, I've driven here so many times before that I feel comfortable doing 60-ish, just a bit faster than normal without the risk of getting caught speeding in an urban area. Suddenly, I hear a loud beep behind me, and wouldn't you know it, it's a BMW. What a surprise, I think to myself. I was quite impressed by my ability to guess the brand of this automobile because everything forward of the rear doors wasn't visible in my mirrors. The tailgating and honking continues for a little while until I spot the perfect opportunity to teach this IKEA pencil-equipped douche a lesson. A long, straight section in the road. For those of you who haven't been to the Netherlands before, our government loves two things: taxes, and using those taxes to build speed bumps. As such, we have a wide variety of speed bumps, and this straight section was equipped with my personal favorite, the bus bypass variant. A trapezoid block, just wide enough that a normal car has to pass over it with at least one wheel, but a bus can pass over it unobstructed. I've had plenty of practice with these obstacles and line up for a flawless pass while accelerating to a mind-numbing 70 kilometers per hour. The BMW still glued to my rear bumper. I pass over the obstacle without the slightest inconvenience. The oblivious BMW driver, however, hits it in the worst possible way, launching himself into the ceiling of his car and grinding his oil pan as the suspension compresses. After that, he kept a good distance. Well, I wouldn't worry about the BMW driver too much. If he damaged his oil pan or suspension, then repairing a BMW should be pretty cheap, right? That was r/petty revenge, and if you like this video, then hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/petty revenge, where no revenge is too small. I was at a gas station putting air in my tire. This gas station required you to pay $1, but came with a pressure gauge. The gas station across the street had free air, but no gauge. As I'm filling my tires, a lady pulls up beside me and starts asking questions like how much it was to use, how much time, etc. I answered her questions as best I could, but really was more focused on filling my tires since there was a time limit. My car has annoying warning lights to let you know if a tire is low, even the spare, and I hate when those sensors are lit up. The lady is still waiting there and is getting visibly annoyed. This lady yells out, "Will you hurry up? I'm in a rush." I was confused for a second, but quickly realized she just wanted to use my time without paying. I did what any gentleman would do and proceeded to move slower. I pulled out of the spot and into a gas pump. She almost hit my car, swooping into where my car was. She jumps out, and as she puts the air pump to her tire, it shuts off. I guess I was smiling way too big because as she jumped into her car and sped off, she yells, "F you!" at me. I was so pleased with how it all timed out, I didn't even care. Such a great moment. Then we have a similar story down in the comments. I had a similar experience. I pulled up and there was a guy in his 30s standing at the pump with his bicycle. I asked, "Are you going to use the pump?" He said not right now. So I proceeded to put my $1 in and then start making my way towards my tires. He yells at me over the noise of the pump. "Hey, you should have taken the caps off first to save time." Now, at first I thought, okay, makes sense. Then he starts to take them off for me. I didn't ask or want him to, but he did it anyway. Then, as I'm pumping the last tire, he tells me to hurry up because it's almost out of time. Now, I realize he wants to use my leftover time. Mind you, he never asked. So I finish my last tire and I would say he walks over to me, but since the third tire, he's been following me around. So he reaches out to grab the nozzle and that's where I just lose my cool. I know it's petty, but I'm petty, so what can I say? I don't let him grab it. I'm now standing there holding the trigger while air is just pouring out into the sky. He looks bewildered and says, "What are you doing?" I said I'm using my leftovers. I don't like to be wasteful. He tells me what a nice guy I am by using multiple 4-letter words attached to mother. Then the pump turns off and it's his turn now. He corners up against my car and starts preaching to me and hands me a pamphlet and tells me in all his years as missionary for Latter-day Saints, I need their help the most. I started to laugh so hard he got disgusted and just left. Sorry for the long story. I just had to share. Is this like a common thing at gas stations? I've never seen strangers be such douchebags over $1. Why are they so cheap? They can't afford $1 to put air in their car tires? It's like, dude, you're driving a car. Clearly you got enough money for gas, so why not pony up $1 for air? Our next Reddit post is from Strahoser. I work as a bartender in a small cocktail bar for some time now, and I'm usually chill. But bullies can still push my buttons in the wrong way. Before starting, I may be in the wrong for doing this, but it is what it is. A week ago, a bunch of guys came in for a few. They seemed like okay dudes, early 20-ish, but the group dynamic was kinda off. Introducing the main antagonist, obnoxious guy. Too loud, snapping his fingers at me when ordering. Don't snap fingers at bartenders, kids. We're not dogs. Punching his friends in the shoulders all the time. A sportier, really aggressive version of a David Spade character he was. Next to David Spade sat the victim of most of his playful teasings. Silently enduring this torment, I really felt sorry for this fellow. He wasn't a drinker, but he looked like he would rather be drinking distilled devil's piss than continue sitting next to this macho maniac. He was really uncomfortable. David continued to bug him to take a shot at least. "Come on, one with me. Don't be such a wussy, a little girl." Until, after a whole night of persuasion, finally my dude waved the white flag. "Okay, let's do one shot together, then leave me be." "Two of your most effed up shots," Spade shouted, snapping his effing fingers, while I imagined snapping his effing neck. "Oh, you'll get an effed up shot, buddy." I made them 2 layered shots, but while looking almost the same, they were different. David got stuff like Red Jock Absinthe, 70% alcohol, Stro, 80% alcohol, and Tabasco, 110% flaming diarrhea. Really nasty business altogether, and the other guy got mostly syrups, juices, harmless stuff. They looked almost identical. Red Absinthe can pass visually as a cranberry juice, Stro as a syrup from brown sugar, Sambuca as anything colorless, etc. They took their shots and all hell broke loose. The other guy chugged his shot like a champion, not even flinching. Why would he? He drank juice. But David Spade, boy oh boy, he looked like he'd had a brain aneurysm. Tears pouring from his eyes, coughing like his lungs want to come out. He had a face and a posture of a man who just got waterboarded with some sort of chili sauce. The other guy looked surprised until he caught a wink from me. But David Spade and the rest of the crew, now roaring with laughter about his misery, suspected nothing. They got their shots on the house. Poor dude was left alone, and David was a good boy for the rest of the night, deflatedly enduring small mockings from his fellows. Now, I may have used my powers in a wrong way, but this is the first and only time I mess with customers' drinks, and I regret nothing. He was rude, aggressive even, to everyone around him. F you, sporty David Spade. Honestly, OP, I don't think you need to feel bad about this at all. He did ask for your worst drink, and it sounds like you gave it to him. If anything, this has a dash of malicious compliance. Our next Reddit post is from Sniggering Piglet. I was helping my friend move last weekend, and we're driving down a double-lane highway. The speed limit was about 50 at about 10 at night. This butthole in a lifted truck and blue blinding high beams and fog lamps comes speeding up behind, and I mean full effing butthole high beams. It's fairly common for people to race down this stretch late at night with few others on the road. I'm following my friend in the left lane, coming up on another car to pass that is in the right lane. At first, I'm like, whatever, moron, I'll just merge back over to the right and let this douche truck pass. I'm too tired to deal with this stuff after going back and forth all day. Well, even though I signal and I'm starting to merge over into the right lane, douche truck gets obnoxious and decides to cut around and ride the butt of the other car in the right lane, so I can't complete my lane change. Okay, idiot. So I decide to just keep going and pass the guy on the right. He swerves right back around and rides my butt again. My friend in front of me eventually sees what was going on and he moves over to the right lane and I pull up beside him. We both smile at each other and decide to mess with douche truck. We both talked before about how much we hate buttholes in lifted trucks driving like morons with illegal lights. First my friend speeds up and the douche cuts over like he's going to weave through. Then he slows down and I speed up and he cuts back over. We do this for about 2 miles until the speed limit drops to 25 right before Walmart and Center Lane opens up. We both slow down to exactly 25 at the reduced ahead sign well before the actual sign, which makes this guy even more pissed. He decides to floor past us in the center lane through the intersection right past a cop. The cop does a quick U-turn and flips his lights on and nabs douche truck going probably 70 in the 25. We finally get to his house and the whole time we're unpacking, we can't stop laughing. Watching douche truck get screwed provided us the morale boost we needed to finish up that night. Our next Reddit post is from I'm Just Here to Get Banned. A few years ago, I was heading to class to take a final in music history class and forgot a Scantron. I stopped by the college bookstore, grabbed a Scantron, and ran up to the counter. This is when I met her. Her was a mid-50s woman with wrinkles on her face that can only come from holding a constant scowl on your face for decades. When I pulled out my card, she pointed to a sign that said $10 minimum. Yes, $10. The Scantron was about 20 cents. I can totally get a $5 minimum, but 10? Come on. Well, I didn't have any change in my pocket, but there was a take a penny, leave a penny jar. So I reached over and grabbed a couple of dimes that someone was kind enough to leave. Her put her hand over the jar and said you can leave change, but you can't take change. At this point, I figured I could either get really upset or play the game she wanted. I told her I understood and that there were a few more items I still needed. I proceeded to go to the furthest corners of the store and pick up about $200 worth of small items from the highest, lowest, and most inconvenient spots in the store. I walked up to the counter with my basket. The entire time, her had a wicked smile on her face like she'd won. Well, as soon as I signed for the items, I told her, I'd like to return everything but the Scantron, please. She was livid. People don't usually yell at me, but she completely lost it. She ended up calling campus police and the other workers. When the campus police arrived, they informed her that what I did was completely legal. Her couldn't handle it, but had to refund me for everything but the Scantron. The campus police told me with a smirk to please not do that again. I said yes, sir, and headed to my final. I was about 20 minutes late for the final, but ended up making an A. Then we have a similar story from Texas, USA in the comments. Something similar happened to me at the bookstore. I needed change for the vending machine, and she pointed to the sign that stated something to the effect, "We don't give change for the vending machine." So I purchased a pack of gum and asked for quarters back, which further distressed the clerk. Then I thanked her for the quarters and told her she could have the gum and walked over to the vending machine and smiled as I dropped my money in. She called campus security and the guy was eyeballing me for quite a while. Two power-tripping people. Is this a thing? Do people who work at college bookstores call campus security for, like, pointless, totally legal things? I've never heard of this before. Our next Reddit post is from Neo Moya. I worked in an emergency room for 6 years, so I'm full of stories, but when it comes to petty revenge, this one sticks out in my memory. Every person who's worked in the ER knows that Mondays are the busiest days of the week, and also when all the crazies come out. This day was no different. I worked as a nurse in triage, where you initially get assessed in the front before going to the back. Here we determine who needs to go back first and who can wait. It's not a first come first serve as most people think. We had a few stretchers in the front for people who needed to be monitored a little closer or needed IVs, blood draws, labs, etc. There were 6 stretchers, but this day was so busy, all 6 stretchers were filled, plus 5 more in the hallway. This lady comes in on an ambulance, but because her symptoms didn't indicate an emergency, she was put in a stretcher triage to wait her turn. She was in a lot of pain. After assessment, I recognized her symptoms as being caused by gallstones. Painful, but not life-threatening. We put her on a stretcher, started an IV, drew labs, and hooked her up to the monitor just in case. A few minutes later, patient's daughter comes in the front door. One look at her, and we knew she would cause problems. She had everything from the shoes to the haircut. A classic rich Karen. When she saw that her mom was still in the front and hadn't seen a doctor yet, she started screaming that she knew the CEO of the hospital and that we would all be fired if we didn't get her mom back to see a doctor right now. We explained that her mom has a history of gallstones, and even the patient was saying that she's had this pain many times because of the gallstones. We explained about being really busy and that there were no rooms available in the back, and we'll get her back as soon as we could. She eventually calmed down, but was still antsy. About an hour later, a critical patient comes in and was put in the stretcher besides patient and patient's daughter. This patient had worrying complaints, but on initial assessment, we couldn't find anything wrong. Now, as a nurse, you learn to always trust your gut. When your gut sounds an alarm, you listen. Something about this patient was setting my alarm bells off, but all his vitals were normal and I had no solid evidence to declare him an emergency. I hooked him up to the monitor and kept a very close eye on him. I let the charge nurse know of my concerns, and she said to let her know as soon as something changes. Not 5 minutes later, something changed. Now, at this time, I should explain that this hospital was a level 1 trauma center, meaning we get all the bad cases from car crashes to gunshot victims. We were in the middle of gang territory. Since we had to be ready for any traumas and life-threatening injuries, we had a room with 3 beds that was closed off from the rest of the beds because traumas usually involved a lot of people and a lot of blood. Even on busy days like this one, those rooms were empty unless there was a trauma patient. Now, back to critical patient. I was taking vital signs of patient when I looked over to critical patient. I noticed a worrying change in his rhythm and stopped with patient to start assessing critical patient and see what was going on. That didn't sit well with patient's daughter. She actually grabbed my arm and told me to finish with her mom. I jerked my arm free and said I had to make sure critical patient was okay. As I turned around to critical patient, his rhythm went into VFib, life-threatening rhythm. I called the charge nurse to inform her of critical patient's condition, all while unhooking critical patient from the monitor and throwing his bed into drive. As I started pushing him back, patient's daughter actually jumps in front of the stretcher and stops it. She's screaming that her mom was here first and needed to be seen before critical patient, and screaming that I was a liar and that she was going to get me fired. I'm usually a mild-tempered person, but knowing critical patient was literally minutes from dying, I said to patient's daughter, "You have a choice. Get out of my way or get run over," as I started pushing the stretcher forward. Now, I'm really good at pushing stretchers fast and getting the patients where they needed to go in a hurry. One of the reasons why I was part of the trauma team. Patient's daughter tried to stand firm, but she saw I wasn't going to stop and jumped out of the way just as I was an inch from hitting her. Unfortunately, she didn't move fast enough and I ended up running over her foot. At this point, I didn't care and got the critical patient back to the trauma room, leaving patient's daughter screaming, lying on the floor. We spent about 30 minutes on critical patient, but he ended up dying. By the time I got back up front, patient and patient's daughter had been taken to the back to see a doctor, but my charge nurse warned me that they were filing a complaint against me. A few days later, the actual CEO of the hospital came to visit me on my next shift. He was known to be a kind and fair man. Since this happened during a time before cameras were put in the ERs, he had to take what happened from word of mouth. Apparently, patient's daughter said I assaulted her several times and put her mom's life in danger by not assessing her properly and that I should be fired. Turned out, patient did actually have gallstones and nothing else. Also, patient's daughter's foot was broken due to me running over it. I calmly explained exactly what happened and that patient's daughter's actions might have ended up with critical patient dying because of the delay caused by her actions. When I got to the part of what I said to patient's daughter and running over her foot, the CEO actually started laughing and then tried to cover his mouth to hide his laughter. He explained that patient's daughter was a friend of his sister and he knows what kind of person she is. Not only did I not get fired, but he put a personal note in my file praising my actions. On the next review, I got a large raise plus a bonus thanks to the CEO's note. This is really bizarre that this Karen got off completely scot-free. I mean, besides the broken foot. It seems to me that interfering with a medical professional who's working on a critical patient seems like some kind of definitely illegal activity. I kind of feel like she should be in jail at the very least. Our next Reddit post is from Super Potato. I live in New Jersey, and we just had a snowstorm, so I thought I could make some quick cash by shoveling driveways. So I start off into a couple of houses and make about $80. Pretty good money for me. So I go to this house, and this lady says she'll give me $50 for shoveling her driveway and sidewalk, so I start and finish about 20 minutes later. I go up to the door and knock, but she won't open, so I go to the back door and knock. She still doesn't open. Then I see her looking at me through the window, but she quickly turns away and pretends like nothing happened. At this point, I realize that I just got tricked into doing a ton of work and I'm not getting paid. I start to walk home all pissed off and then remember that my friend who lived down the street has one of those machines that clears snow. Let the revenge begin. I borrow it from him and run down to her house. I turn it on and blast that snow that I shoveled and some more all on her yard. Then she rushes outside and starts yelling at me, but I return the machine to my friend and go home. Why would you be a douchebag to a teenage boy when the teenage boy knows where you live? That's just asking to get your house spray painted or egged or TP'd or whatever. What a stupid old lady. That was r/petty revenge, and don't forget to hit that like button because it really helps my channel out. Welcome to r/pro revenge, where employees get revenge against their terrible boss. So my fiancé at the time, now wife, were driving around looking for dresses for her bridesmaids to wear for the wedding. We'd been going from place to place looking for something she liked, but no luck. We had just finished leaving David's bridal and were leaving the plaza. It had been raining a lot, so the roads were slick. As I reached the intersection of where the plaza met the road to turn out, another car came turning in. Unfortunately, he didn't brake soon enough and skidded into the front end of the driver's side. Thankfully, everyone was okay. We got out of our cars and looked at the damage. His car, of course, was completely unharmed, and mine had a minor dent. He looked about 45-ish and had his son in the car with him. We exchanged names and phone numbers. He let me know he was on the way to work, and I told him we were just wedding shopping. I was 22 at the time and very naive as to what to do in case of an accident. He told me that we both seemed pretty busy and that we should just handle it ourselves since we were both busy. We didn't call the police, my mistake, and he told me to get the damage looked at to see what it would cost. I took the car in 2 days later and they quoted me $1,100 for the bumper to be replaced. I texted him and he told me he'll be getting scholarships in 2 months when he goes back to school and he'd be able to pay me in cash then. I, again, naively told him that'd be fine. A week later, I followed up with him about another estimate I got, which was lower than the original $900, but I got no response. I texted him again and again for the next few days, and nothing. At this point, I realized he'd bailed. I came up with a plan to find him. All I had was his name, a now useless phone number, and a general idea of where he worked. I searched for him on Facebook and was pretty sure I found him. I searched under his family members and saw what looked to be his son. My soon-to-be sister-in-law was 16 and looked about the same age as his son. I decided to go full-on sleuth and go undercover. I used her Facebook and changed her last name to match theirs. I then messaged the son and told him that I thought we might be cousins. I asked him some questions about his dad, like his name and his job and told him that my mom said I have an uncle down there by that name and worked at his guitar shop. He answered yes, that was his dad's name, and told me the name of the place where his dad worked. I was so relieved I was making progress. The next day, I drove back up near the accident and found where the man worked. I found his car and took pictures of the license plate. I then took all the info I had and went to the courthouse. I filled out paperwork and handed it to the clerk. The clerk told me they could either mail the form to his work address, or if I paid $25, I could have an officer hand deliver it. Of course, I paid the $25 just to embarrass him at his place of work. A few weeks later, we were summoned to court to see if we could work things out before going to an actual hearing. He showed up and we sat down with a mediator. She explained everything to all of us. I told him I didn't want to do this, but he stopped responding. He replied that his phone was stolen, so he had to get a new one. In my mind, a phone being stolen doesn't equal changing your phone number. I knew he was lying. The moderator asked him to step outside. She talked to us and told us not to trust him because his story didn't make sense. The mediator invited him back inside and we read over the terms I listed in the court documents. He was to pay $2,400. I charged him the original replacement cost, gas from driving back and forth, my time for doing all this work, and extra for being a butthole. He said he would pay, but didn't like that I went to his work and took pictures of his car. I replied that I didn't like he hit my car. A few months later, he paid the full amount in cash and had to pay for our court costs as well. I sold the damaged car and took the cash he gave me to buy another car fully in cash. All in all, I benefited from it, but next time, I'll just call the cops and save myself the headache. Our next Reddit post is from The System Sucked. I've had a long, respectable career in game development. A couple of years ago, I've abandoned it for a cushy corporate job, and now spend most of my days missing game dev. This story takes place about 10 years ago at the apex of my career. I was the lead on a AAA project. Our parent company, for which video games was just one of its many lines of business, was going through changes. We had to move offices 3 times in 1 year. Second of the 3 moves, always intended to be temporary, put us in the basement of an older building long occupied by satellite departments not involved with development. The basement we were given had been empty for years, save for the most distant office. You enter the basement through a dimly lit staircase. Then, after you snake through a horror movie-like maze of corridors and interconnected small rooms, you'd eventually arrive at the farthest room of all. A golden plaque was on the door. Trademark Compliance Department. Literally no one I knew was ever aware of trademark compliance, even though trademarks were a pretty important part of everything we did. The department consisted of a single elderly trademark attorney and his fresh-faced college grad assistant slash paralegal slash whatever. The lawyer flipped his frickin' lid when he learned people were being moved into his basement. For a couple of weeks, he tried desperately to prevent the move, getting all the way to the CEO. The tiny, leathery lawyer amazed everyone with his deep booming voice that would climb and climb and climb in pitch as he yelled and screamed and threatened. So all his efforts being for naught, our stuff was moved into the basement over one weekend. happened. We spent the following Monday and Tuesday dealing with all sorts of setup woes, electrical outlets, network connections, breathable air. On Wednesday, two quiet 2D artists came into their L-shaped room, the one with a fancy door to trademark compliance, and found that all their stuff, chairs, desks, computers, everything was pushed into the far corner. A walkway of caution tape was set up leading to the compliance door. While we were trying to figure out what the heck happened, we spent the following Monday and Tuesday dealing with all sorts of setup woes, electrical outlets, network connections, breathable air. On Wednesday, two quiet 2D artists came into their L-shaped room, the one with a fancy door to trademark compliance, and found that all their stuff, chairs, desks, computers, everything was pushed into the far corner. A walkway of caution tape was set up leading to the compliance door. While we were trying to figure out what the heck happened, we spent the following Monday and Tuesday dealing with all sorts of setup woes, electrical outlets, network connections, breathable air. On Wednesday, two quiet 2D artists came into their L-shaped room, the one with a fancy door to trademark compliance, and found that all their stuff, chairs,
Should we open some presents?
Let's do it.
Yeah, all right.
She wants to get out, and she's not getting out. I'm sorry.
She's just
The room.
Literally just delete. This video. Hello. Hello everyone, and welcome finally back to another video. I'm sorry I haven't posted for the last week. It's been a crazy week. I'm not going
Well, I'll go over that.
All right, here we are. Let me just put up all the walls so I can see. So this is what Gluon built us. This sweet board game map. We're playing
in
on follower.
matter.
I'll.
Yeah,
cool.
Oh,
But
I
that's kinda
just
like a
dragged
piss market.
mine.
It won't. I don't think you should be able to drag it. You'll. So Deli, because Gluon is hosting and this is the multiplayer mod, we can't like live drag stuff and we can't use our inventory. So Gluon has to do that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do all that for you.
Oh, and make sure you have your sim selected when you're moving, because
Yep.
otherwise
Yes.
you can move anyone, but we really should be moving ourselves.
It should be like, brains are turned off, so they won't do anything unless you tell them to do. Hopefully, that's. Let me just make sure the
Brains
dice
turned
guy
off.
is.
Do we need to have that same setting? Autonomy.
You know what? Maybe.
I guess
do
because it's
that.
a save game, it probably synced. It's fine. Yeah, it's the same setting.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know what? Maybe.
I guess because it's a save game, it probably synced. It's fine. Yeah, it's the same setting.
Yeah. Let me just make sure this guy's needs are.
Save game, it probably synced. It's fine. Yeah, it's the same setting.
Yeah. Let me just make sure this guy's needs are not going down. Okay, so
These look like cookies.
first of all, the dice, real quick. So I go over the dice real quick. There's a dice man inside the dice. His needs are turned off, so he doesn't
dice
need
man.
anything.
There he
He
is.
shouldn't need anything. Yep. So the
Okay.
way you roll the dice is, Deli, why don't you click on the fun icon in the needs panel, so that way he goes to
So
get
you
fun.
select the dice guy. You have to like be active on him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
quick fun.
and then you click fun. You know you got the dice guy selected because he's a spellcaster. So
Okay,
that's where
yeah.
you're ever confused.
Yeah.
So then click the little fun icon and he should go to get fun. Hopefully.
He didn't go to get fun.
Really? Is it work for you, James?
Let me test. Clicking. No.
Oh, why what? Why is that working for you?
I'm clicking it, but he's not doing anything.
Okay,
Oh,
I
now
clicked
he's doing
it.
something.
Because I did it. Maybe I gotta roll the dice then. That's kind of annoying.
That's okay.
Is he doing
Okay,
something? He's still
anyway.
standing still to me.
You got a yellow ducky.
Wait, are you not connected? Am I not connected? James is connected.
I mean, he's not moving.
Oh my god, there's an underground
Now
part.
the game was paused, but he still hasn't moved.
He has. Okay, well, he worked for me and he worked for Deli's. I'm not sure he's.
Well, maybe I need my
phone.
phone. Alright.
Hamsters.
Well, I didn't say anything was removed this time. The bedroom. Where's the bedroom?
Where the giant bed
in the
is.
house.
Hang on. I wasn't looking at
Huh?
the giant bed.
The giant bed?
You
Oh
see
no,
that
in the
giant
house.
Yeah, in the house.
Oh.
There is a hamster there for me.
Oh yeah.
Wow, there's
Perfect.
all these
Alright, so now it's like-
beehives.
Okay. Should we see
Okay.
if you maybe move
Yeah,
the
so-
dice guy and see if that works this time for me?
If you'll say.
So
I'm gonna move him, but then I'm gonna move him once.
Oh,
now
he's
you
moving.
try. Oh, hang on first. Let me just click.
Should we open some presents?
This is a new shirt. I haven't bought new clothes. I really embarrassed. Hey, I'll draw a straight line. That makes. Clothes. I have. I have. I have. This is a.
Should we open some presents?
Let's do it.
Yeah. All right. So. Click on.
Did he move for you, Deli?
Yes.
Okay, I think it's all working this time.
Right. Can you click on the fun? One of you click on the fun
Deli, do you
thing.
want to click it?
I am clicking on fun.
Oh. James, are you clicking it? Can you
I'll
click
try.
it?
Trying. Nothing.
That's annoying. Okay, well, I guess that doesn't work then. I guess I'll just do it. So,
Yeah,
I will
if
click
you
it
have
for
to,
you guys.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then when you click it, he will go get a ducky out of the bin. There's 6 duckies in there, and you can see this is number 1. So that's a roll of 1 right there. Okay? So that's how that will work.
Okay.
It's kind of annoying that I had to do it because I was kind of hoping that, but at least everyone can see the results, you know?
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Deselect. I mean, you don't. We all had him selected while Gluon did it. That's not the problem. I think it's just it doesn't work in multiplayer. Like I don't think we can do that. It's just a multiplayer thing.
I go across one block.
Well, hang on. Let me explain the rules first.
Oh, okay. I'm
You
too
were paused.
keen.
No, so
No, just-
we also we can't pause. So Deli and I can't pause or control the time. That's all Gluon. Like I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
So anyway, all right, Gluon.
Okay, but
Take it away.
yes. All right. Welcome to my party. That's right. It's a Sims party. The rules are to get as many honey as you can. As you move around the board, you'll see the honey, the bee boxes here. You need to collect the honey from them. You do
there's
see
one.
those, right, James? Okay.
Well, I didn't see anyone. I didn't see any of them. Okay, green squares have honey boxes on them. All right, well, bee
Yes.
boxes.
As you pass them, you don't have to land on them. As you pass them, you can grab honey from them, and then I will put it on your table in your colored area, so we can all see how much honey you guys have each. Okay.
That's cool.
So
What was
you
that?
also have to take. I don't know. You also have to
Sweet
take
sound.
care of your needs. So we have bathrooms on the orange squares. We have food on the purple. We have a shower on the blue. Okay, right. So say you are right
Shower?
here. See, look at the purple
see a shower.
ducky right here.
Dark blue, James.
It's dark blue. There's one in the house. There's one in the house. In the bathroom in the house.
Yeah, there's a shower in the house.
It's just one of them. from there. In the shower.
In the house, just near
bathroom,
the stairs.
Yeah, it's like right next to the stairs.
Giant toilet.
Oh, the stairs that go up. Oh, there's a shower there. So there's one shower.
Sorry, there's just one shower there. Right. So if you look down where the start is in the giant plumb bob, I put a little purple ducky there. Let's say that Deli or whoever is right here, okay, and you rolled a 6, right? You're going to pass the bathroom. You can choose to keep going or stop and use the bathroom, okay? You have to make that decision, right? You can either use the bathroom or you can spend a honey to prank the bathroom, okay? So keep an eye on your needs, because if you lose, like you pee your pants, you lose a honey as well. So make sure you don't pee your pants, okay? Same thing with the food, same thing with the shower, same thing with the bed. Like you will, when you pass it, you either want to stop and use the item or keep going for the rest of your dice roll.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's
So
like
the bathroom,
collect honey from the hives while keeping up your needs is the aim of the game.
Exactly. There's a thing there. Again, so if you lose your bladder control, you lose a honey there, right? There's food. The person who's ate the most food and has collected the most plates at the end of the game will get an extra honey. Oh. Okay? So there's a little bit of strategy there.
What
you
is
stop
this?
and eat
Is
food.
this food? What is this?
Well, I guess I got to fill these up.
Oh, it's
They're
not served yet. Right, okay. I was like, what is that? Like flowers that we're eating?
I'll just do that real quick.
Also,
before we
what's
start,
the
because
slip and slide? Is that like a thing?
That's a little shortcut. So you can go short, you can slip and slide and skip from that one red arrow to the other red arrow. A little bit of shortcut
Nice.
there.
That's very
because
cool.
you're skipping the bathroom, so that's a strategy you want to, pay
Is that
attention to.
free shortcut or do you have to pay for it?
Yeah, you can use it anytime you want.
Okay.
Right?
Are
There's
there any other
arrows.
shortcuts?
Well, there's all kinds of different routes. The arrows will point you where you can go.
So that
You
way,
can't go
this
back
way.
on yourself, so make sure you follow the arrows. So, like, outside the house, you can go up this way or towards the bathroom or, down this way or down. You got to follow the arrows. You can't go back against yourself. You can't keep going in an infinite loop, basically. The bed, again, you got to sleep. When you sleep, right, you can, you want to, because if you collapse, you're going to lose a honey. Okay, so make sure you are using the beds if you need to. All right. Now,
Is there only one bed?
There's two beds. There's one there and there's one on the giant bed. Okay, so make sure now when you sleep, you can choose to skip the next turn if you feel like you need more sleep. Okay, and if someone's in the bed and someone else passes it, they can't use the bed. Okay, so it's whoever's using the bed, if they decide which mini game to play, there's a bunch of mini games down in the basement area. The person who wins the mini game wins an extra honey. Okay.
Oh,
what? I wasn't listening to any of that.
This really is like Mario Party. This is so cool.
If you win the mini game, you win an extra honey. Okay.
Okay.
So the chat will vote.
Wait, how do we do mini games? I wasn't listening. I was fixing my camera.
Mini games are in the basement.
Okay.
Right, the mini games in the basement. There's a bunch of like crazy rooms down here, and the chats will vote. It will start with Deli's chats, and then they go to your chat, and then they go to my chat. So that way, all the chats get a vote, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you're in the bed though, you can choose to skip the mini game if you want to. If you feel like my Sim's too tired to do this, but obviously you'll be forfeiting the chance to win a honey. Okay. There's also 2 jails. There's like white squares, right? If you land on that, you go to jail for a turn. Okay.
Yeah.
That's so
But
fun.
you have to land on that one. So just,
cool.
I mean, you can pass it, but you got to land on it to go to jail, which you don't want to, obviously.
There's even a romance thing in the jail cell. A romance.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, why not? Sure, why not? The other thing is, so at the end of the game, the person with the most plates from the food they eat get an extra honey. Also, the person with the best needs gets an extra honey as well at the end of the game. The way we figure that out is we have 6 bars. Green is worth 3 points. Yellow is worth 2 points. Orange is worth 1 point. Red is worth no points. Okay? For the needs, the person with the most points in the needs wins an extra honey. The game will keep going until one person crosses the yellow square 3 times. Okay? And once that happens, we go into, let's say, a sudden death situation where the game will then officially end when the next person crosses the yellow. Regardless of how many times they've gone around, once someone's gone past it 3 times, sudden death, once someone else passes the yellow, game ended. Which means if you're really far ahead, you can maybe even get some more honey before someone else is able to get to the yellow. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Wow,
Okay. This is amazing one.
Yeah, this is cool.
I will explain as we go.
So we all have like slightly used needs.
Okay, well, let's make sure let me make sure we just fix that. I'll fix that for you guys. And make happy for everybody so we're all good.
Yay.
Thanks, Lewis. This is. I'm super excited to play this. This is cool.
So the idea here, if this works, because I haven't tested this, so I have no idea. This could be, there could be things.
It could be wildly unbalanced, but we'll find out.
Basically, well, we're going to test it. And if it's successful, the idea is that you guys at home could then also build your own, taking these rules, build your own maps, right, with different course designs, and then put them up there. Just use hashtag Sims Party Game, right? You could upload to that, and then we could check out other maps, in the future.
That'd be cool.
That'd be kind of fun.
But you know what? Most importantly,
have fun. Have fun. Have fun.
Have fun. Exactly. That's all about. Okay.
I'm not here to have fun. I'm here to win.
What is that? Your like reality show like intro?
I went to full screen.
It's gonna be. You gotta do like the turnaround though. I'm here to win.
I'm going to destroy them all. Let's get Stefan here and say that.
They call me Deli.
All right, how do we figure? Do we all roll to see who goes first?
Yeah, okay, let's do it. Who wants to roll first?
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Ladies first, I think.
Deli, I'll give you
Well,
roll.
Blue one has to roll for all of us, right? Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, so this is Deli's roll. Let's see.
Rolling.
You get.
So wait, how do we know what numbers are the things that he gets? Like, how do we?
You can like scroll over them. They're also different colors, so we might remember the colors. So this is
What do you mean scroll
3.
over them?
3. Like, put your mouse on
It
it.
didn't show up at first. Okay, 3.
Okay, so I gotta go. 1.
Are you just?
Whoa! No, we're rolling to see who goes first.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was just ladies first.
No, that's cheating.
And then alpha male.
No,
second.
Yeah, then Alpha Gluon can go second.
Yeah, I'll go second. Let me bring this guy back. Okay, so let me click on this then.
All right, see what
This is
Gluon
what
gets.
my number is.
So Deli's winning with 3 at the moment, but what is this going to be?
Middle of the load.
I love rolling the highest in Mario Party.
The green one is a 6. Ooh.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to beat that.
Oh no.
I mean,
All right, so currently it's Gluon, then Deli. It just
I'm
depends what
gonna
I
be
get.
last.
and then James.
I might get a
you got-
1 or a 2, so.
Yeah, the red one is. I mean, eventually we're going to recognize the colors.
Yeah.
It's a 5. Okay.
Damn, okay, Gluon, James, then Deli.
And then just the opposite of first then. That's
Damn it.
You're the first last one, so that's pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
true.
I like the
Okay.
giant cow plan as well that's over here. That's cool.
Yeah. Well,
That's
okay.
sweet.
Originally, it wasn't honey. It was actually collecting cakes from the cow plans. But the problem is the cows kept dying on me. So we switched up with bees. But this is good because the thing is, the other thing you want to remember is that because once someone collects the honey, it's gone. You want to make sure if you're going towards a certain honey thing that it actually has honey in it. So just, double checking that. I'm sure you guys.
So that's part of it, too.
Right. I mean, I think it comes back every so often, like 3 hours, I think people tell me. So they will come back. Just make sure that, there's honey in there. I'm going to go for it, So, all right. So I'm going to go first. Here we go. My first official dice roll.
Let's go.
Have fun.
Oh.
All right.
Oh, I should probably actually look at the dice roll.
It's a 3.
It's a
It's a
3.
3.
Wait, I gotta confirm.
Okay.
It's 3. Yeah, okay.
Got it? Okay, great. All right.
So it's not even anything, it's a blank square. Why is there a glass on this square?
Don't worry
There's a
about it.
moodlet solver sitting there.
Yeah, there is.
There's lots of tests, okay? All right, that's good.
Nice.
Actually,
Good move.
Before I get going, actually, let me just make sure I get this some food in here for these guys.
Oh, yeah.
I want to do that.
Yeah, we're gonna
right
serve
at the
all the
start of the
platters.
game.
Yeah.
Or
Now,
Really?
does this food go off, though? Yeah, we've got 10 hours to eat this.
but I can always just get more, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, it seems like it's broken because it's not serving all the food. Oh, that one's broken. Okay. That's why I wanted to do this like right at the beginning, but
Yeah.
Dice Guy will do it for us. So I think
Yay!
it's fine.
Deli is obviously
Alright.
going to win. That's right.
Sweet. It already is food on that one, but whatever.
I'm gonna win.
I'm gonna come third, I think.
That
Oh,
one's
the
already gone
mouse
bad.
man's gone crazy.
Mouse Man.
Oh, boy.
I mean, the dice man.
Oh, Dice Man.
I
What's
know
Dice
why I
Man?
called him the mice man.
Oh, boy.
What's happened?
No, there's a problem with this one because you can't do it because the bed's in the way.
Can you just slide the serving table over a bit?
No, I will, but it's move objects is having a problem. So let me just fix this real quick.
Oh boy.
It's a live show, people. Okay, it's a live show.
I'm gonna be a game changer.
James, sound okay?
If anyone's having difficulty viewing all streams at once, you can lower the resolution with the little
Yeah.
cogwheel, and your internet will handle it better. Or you can just watch one person because we'll show you.
I mean, yeah, in this case, you probably don't need to watch all three because we're kind of all looking at the same thing, right?
Yeah.
All right, hang on. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
okay.
This has to.
Don't be, no, say thank you, Gluon. Thank
Well, we
you.
don't say sorry,
Okay,
we say
fine.
thank you.
You say thank you for your
Thank you.
patience, you know.
That's what we learned from Miller. Never say sorry, say thank you. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you for making this, Gluon.
Yeah, totally.
I'm sorry you
Oh, there
made
you go.
this, Gluon.
I have
Whoa.
to move it.
Okay, so it's the next square instead of that other
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Even
it's
though
a- it's in the way. Okay, cool. All right, so now it is James's turn. So
Oh, roll for me, Gluon.
you.
I don't try.
I really wish-
Can Gluon rig this? Can he? Is he just clicking open chest and selecting one?
No. There is. I mean, I guess I could do that. I'm not gonna make my own game.
Two.
You got 2.
Moving.
If it wasn't 1.
Oh, do I get the moodlet solver that's here?
Is there anything in there?
No, it's empty.
Is it empty?
Look at me
Yeah,
go!
lose it.
Yeah, sweet.
Sweet.
right.
Okay.
I'm ready for a
Really,
big
you're
I want
roll.
to shout some forbidden words too while I'm here.
Big roll, guys.
Alright.
Ooh.
I hope it's
Green
one just so we're in a line. A 1 or a 4 would be good.
6.
Oh,
Yes.
you're on the corner.
All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice one,
So
Dilly.
next time you can take
Oh, look at my wall.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at this wall.
Oh,
Dang, she's like,
what?
see ya, boys.
See ya. I got this. So what does this mean? Can I go on the slippery slide?
Next
Well, hang on.
turn.
Now we've all
Right.
turned.
Oh, is this mini game time?
Now we do a mini game.
Yay! Chat gets to vote.
Yes. So we got. If we do a poll for like 1, 2, 3.
Who's doing the poll?
This would be Delhi because we just said the shit first.
Okay.
Delhi, 1 is dumpster. 2 is basketball.
Are you just picking
3
random ones?
I'm just gonna go for the low here.
Okay.
Like tell what they're voting for though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay.
Well, we have to do
One
an
is
11.
dumpster. Can you do that?
That's
Is that possible?
Maybe we should just pick like 5.
Yeah, I was
to
gonna say,
pick
should
from.
we just pick a few from here and then just
Okay. All right. Then let's do 5 then. Dumpster.
dumpster? So you have to go be in Delhi's chat to vote for this, by the way.
Yes, it's Delhi's 1. Dumpster's 1. 2 is the basketball. 3 is bowling. 4 is the laundry game, and 5 is baking. Okay.
Baking. Okay.
Oh, Bake Off.
All right, guys. So I'm starting the poll.
Well, hang on. Don't type in chat. Don't you have to like vote through the poll thing?
Yeah, guys. Wait. There's a poll. You got to vote in the poll that will be at the top of
Yeah.
the chat. So don't put the numbers in the chat.
Although maybe that does that count? I don't know. I don't know how that works.
I don't think
I don't know
so.
how that.
I think that works for another thing.
Thank you.
Oh, I spelled laundry wrong. That's a bit upsetting. I spelled it EY.
I'm surprised you wrote about. I was just gonna put numbers because I'm super lazy.
Oh, I spelled
Fine.
laundry wrong.
Yeah, that's
Hopefully
fine.
it's just like a. Yeah, it's fine.
It looks like baking is winning.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure baking was gonna win.
Yeah.
I mean, baking or bowling. All right. so we're
Bowling
doing-
is not doing well. Basketball has the least votes. Has 10 votes. 1% of the votes are going to basketball.
So we're doing yes. Okay, so we're doing the baking. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the duckies.
Oh, yeah,
Deli's
classic.
yellow, and then James is pink or purple, and then I'm blue.
Nice. I know
right.
where we are. Look at those. Beautiful.
Yep. All right, so we're going bacon. Yeah, I'm gonna teleport you guys down. into
Bacon?
your space.
Oh, mine's the yellow kitchen. Very cool.
Hopefully you guys have all
Yeah.
made it down.
Yeah,
okay.
we're there.
There
We're
we
here.
go. Okay. All right. So this is we're gonna make 3 cakes, and
Well, hang on.
we're gonna.
When we open the menu, doesn't it open for everyone? How does that work?
Oh, I don't know.
Because like you'll go, like if you go bake, it'll open for everyone.
Right. Maybe bake at a time then.
So you have to like time it.
Well, no. How about you go and then James?
Oh, and then we'll just
go,
leave it
like,
paused and then we just unpause.
Maybe.
Okay, wait.
yeah.
So
And
what do
then-
we have to do? We have to bake 3 cakes or something?
We're gonna make 3 cakes, and then it's the fastest to get 3 done. Basically, this is gonna work. This is gonna work fine. How's this gonna work with time though? if you think about that, you can't click at the same
I
time.
can't even click on the fridge. It's not working. For
I
me.
can't click on
Okay.
anything.
You might need to
You can't click on
unpause
the
for it to be able
fridge.
to click.
Yeah,
Okay,
actually, I think
well,
it's just because it's paused.
Okay.
But then
let's go
the
then.
baking menu will open for every. Oh no, I can't click it.
I can't.
You can't click it at all. Well, that's kind of a bummer. All right, let's just vote. Basically,
Well,
on
dumpster was the second vote, so we can go do that one.
the baking one. Isn't going to work. I have not tested this, so
This is the test of this board game.
Should we just go to dumpster then?
Yeah, that's the second highest one.
Let's go to dumpster then. We can
Okay.
maybe figure out some of the rules then. All right, so James is over here. Deli's right there.
How come the
This
colors
is
change
actually-
in position in every room? Well, not all.
I'm,
These are all the same.
I want to make it colorful and fun. All right, so for this, we basically
can't
have to get
click
the
on it.
best. You can't. Well, you could click on it in the dumpster challenge we did.
I don't seem to be able to click it now, though.
I can't click on it either.
What? Really? What happened? Well, you were
We
clicking
click on
stuff.
things. We can't. We can click on things above ground, but not in the basement.
Oh my gosh! What?
How weird.
Because maybe there's a I guess we've never actually played in a basement before.
Yeah, we did. We had a basement in the thing.
Oh, we were using stuff.
You're just gonna have to click for us.
Oh,
So Gluon's basically just playing the game by himself.
This is great. I can paint my nails while we play.
All right, Gluon, you click for us.
All right, Gluon, what are you gonna get for us?
We've never done it 3 players before, so maybe that's an issue there. I don't know, because there's definitely James has done stuff.
Yeah,
in this
we've
game.
done this before, so I don't know.
Oh no! I can click on stuff above ground.
Yeah, same. Like if I click, I can use stuff upstairs. But
Maybe
yeah,
it just doesn't like basement.
maybe because it's not accessible, so then it just doesn't. What?
That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. Do you want to just click for us just so we can still play?
I'll click that. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna all go for a deal, and whoever gets the better thing, most expensive thing, wins this one.
Sweet.
Oh.
Okay, let's
Alright.
go. Let's have a quick dive.
Let's
here.
go, blue bats.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! What are we gonna get?
Oh, Gluon has flies though. That's unfair. Oh, so does Deli.
Oh, also Deli.
I don't have
She don't have
fly.
flies though. Oh, okay.
Girl, what? Keep your legs together.
Is that better if you got flies?
I don't know. I've got some flies, but not as many as you
I
guys.
moved it upstairs because then they won't be able to see it. That's a kind of a thing with the online
We can
thing.
see the dumpsters, but $1. You got $1?
I found $1.
I found a
No.
Captain Mahogany wood tub.
That's gotta be good.
And what did you
right?
find, Gluon?
Damn it.
I found a. It doesn't tell me what I found. It only says what you guys found. I found nothing, so I lose that one.
You got a table.
Did you get bits and pieces or something?
You got a Sims 1
Oh.
table. I saw it and I
Oh.
cancelled it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, maybe that disappeared for everyone.
Sorry, I cancelled it for
Okay.
everyone.
No, I don't know. I don't think that's true because sometimes Gluon can't see it even when we play together.
That's
Oh,
true,
well,
yeah.
you did get the Sims 1 table.
But you can check in,
Well,
just check in
let's
build
say-
mode because you'll be able to see
Right,
the value
okay.
of them both.
Oh, okay. The value of the items. That's right. Okay, so this is what you got here.
Oh,
Obviously you got.
what's the value of
I
it?
got that one. This guy is worth 375 simoleons.
Ooh.
This is worth 140 simoleons. So James wins
Oh, yes.
the
have
first
fun.
challenge. There we go.
No.
challenge.
Sweet. All right, what does that mean? What do I get?
You get an extra honey.
Oh,
Honey on your table.
how do you get an extra honey?
Don't worry, I'm doing it for you.
Oh, okay. So Gluon just has to do everything. We just like sort of sit back and enjoy the show.
Are you enjoying this? Hopefully.
Yeah, this is sick.
All right.
We could
I'll
move
take you guys back in.
each room upstairs as we do the mini games.
We can't
That's
move
what we
build mode
thought,
stuff.
but then you guys won't
Oh.
see it. Yeah.
This
We know
is
that
this
a-
boring. You know what? This isn't for you then. Time to go home.
It is a board game. It is a
Board gaming.
I really
Random.
want to play The Floor is Lava with us IRL.
Yeah, that'd be fun. We should be a team in that.
Yeah, I reckon we'd do so well.
I don't think we'd do well, but I think we'd have fun.
Yeah, we got to call some people about that. 100%. Anyway, so it's me first. Mm-hmm. Do something. I'm so glad I play this game with you guys just watching me play. It's amazing. What I got? I got this duck. It is the it is 4. Okay, all right.
Sweet.
Okay.
Oops. All right.
Is he going to take the
are you
shortcut?
going to shortcut or do you need... Well, I mean, our needs are all still full, so...
1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm gonna shortcut.
Oh, dang.
I'm gonna go with style as well.
Really?
Not with. Yeah, obviously.
There's no mod update. It's the same version we were using before, 0.6.
You know the game got updated recently, so I wonder if that has anything to do with it.
I don't know. I think it's just because it's in the basement. And
Oh shit! I'm using the dice guy. There you go.
Oh, you run.
He's running. Will he make it? Will he make the slippery
Yeah, what happens if you fail?
There's no fail on this one.
Whee!
But
Nice.
I'm gonna be right here now, and whoa,
Whoa, go on.
All right, no, you can go there. You can go there. That's fine.
I will never go. Okay, and I'll get my clothes back on because no one wants to see that. All right. So now it's James's turn.
Oh.
Dice Man.
All right, go on, roll for me.
I love
Hang
how
on, sorry.
he's got such a good outfit.
I've got a lot going on here. Here we go. The yellow one.
It's
The yellow
doing
one.
everything.
One.
Yellow. What is this?
It's
1.
one.
Oh, cool.
That's too
Yeah,
bad.
and,
Moving.
The whole 3 times around thing is just a number I made up because it sounded good. But obviously, if that's like, it takes us a long time to go once around the code, we can play it by ear on that one.
I mean,
Okay.
I moved 4 spaces, so...
I think
Yeah, no.
we might only need to do it once.
What do you mean we? You mean glue on? Because we're not doing anything.
What did I roll? A
And you want a
2.
2. So
Alright.
great. Do you want to use the slippery slider?
I'm going to use the slippery slide.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Let's see. Oh, I don't want to slide with anyone.
Just take us all there.
You can take your friend through the shortcut if you want. Let's go, Deli. Let's see your best skills. Oh, nice sporty one piece. I like that.
And a backwards hat.
Woo!
Nailed it. Sweet.
And a backwards hat.
Woo!
Nailed it. Sweet.
Oh, how cool is my
There's 2
hat?
white.
Your best skills. Oh, nice sporty one piece. I like that.
And a backwards hat.
Woo!
Nailed it. Sweet.
Oh, how cool is my
There's 2
hat?
white. So you can go one more square, right? Well,
Yeah.
hang on. You got to
Oh,
stop yourself.
Deli, you can go over here. No, she's going to slide again. She enjoyed it. Look at that strut.
You can't,
So
you
sassy.
can't just slide once. You have to slide multiple times, you know?
All right.
All right. I guess we're doing a mini game again. Do we
Yay!
do another roll or do you want to do another mini game?
Mini
I didn't
game.
really.
Mini game?
Yeah, okay.
All right.
All right. Which games?
All right, let's remove baking. And
Yeah.
I guess we'll remove the dumpster one for now so we don't do that one again.
No.
Am I doing the poll or are you doing the poll one?
You're doing the poll this time.
Okay.
Let's say basketball is 1, laundry is 2, painting is 3, and the running one is 4. We'll do 4 things.
Painting and what, running?
Running, yeah.
That's exciting.
All right, so if I start poll, does that show up on my stream? Yes. Okay, so you can see the poll in the bottom left there. Vote 1 through 4 for the next mini game that we play. It's in my chat this time. So get on it. There we
Get
go.
on it.
All right, so painting is in the lead, but running is catching up quick.
Oh.
Basketball still trailing behind with almost no one wants to see basketball.
Really? You, oh, yeah. Well, these are all lit up anyway. These walls are lit up, so.
What? Where is it? It's this running game anyway. Oh, here, right. That makes sense.
1 and 2 fall off. So it should be fine.
So running is still in the lead, only just, followed very closely by painting. Laundry is about 20% of the votes. Basketball's got a 5%.
Ooh.
Maybe it's just gonna be like basketball, or basketball.
Well, it's like in Mario Party when you go through all the games and it's like, okay, you haven't played this one yet, so you're gonna play this one.
Look, you gotta pay.
Oh, painting is overtaken running.
Oh, what?
Oh, dang, we still got new votes rolling in. If you haven't voted in my chat yet, go in there, hit the vote, and I'll end it up in just a little while here.
It's
a good idea, but it'll be a lot. They wouldn't see that anyway.
We're either going on the treadmills or on the easels.
Oh, yeah.
I love how there's paintings of landscapes in front of each treadmill.
Leave the game unpause all the time. It makes the knees go down quicker. I mean, it would, yeah. I mean, I guess they're fine.
Finishing up the poll. Thanks for voting. We are going to be playing painting. 180 votes, 40.6% of people. Thanks for voting, people.
All right.
Get rid of that.
Okay, we're now in the painting
All right, let's see if we can click it.
Nice.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my dress matches the thing.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. We got points for that one. Okay, so
yeah, I can't.
we just have to.
Click it.
All right, so we know basements don't work now for some reason, but whatever.
I think it might be because it's not accessible, because we used the basement in the gallery one we did.
Should I just put a staircase then down, even if you guys don't see it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe just try it. Just try it and see if it helps.
And some doors into each room.
Try to save this so that way. Oh, I didn't put the duckies down. Yeah, the duckies. Right.
You really should just move. Let's move the ducks as we move, because then we don't have to worry about that.
Right.
Also, someone said it's probably because we're teleporting as well.
Yeah, but we can still click stuff upstairs though. Like,
James, can you confirm?
Yeah, but we teleported to a space where you
location
can't walk to.
but I mean, I can still click the toy chest in the dice too. So I don't know. It's weird.
Hang on. James moved 2 and then he moved 1, right?
What? Well, I was on spot number 4.
Okay.
Because I was. Yeah, that's right.
All right. Yeah, we'll move the ducks. Yeah, it could be. We're just like force a stick. I mean, we don't need doors though, do we?
Well, maybe if it's not accessible.
I think we need doors into each room.
Although,
so every room.
I mean,
accessible.
we can't get to the dice room, but I can click in there. So I don't know. It's weird.
No, you can click on the dice room though.
I can click on the toy chest in the dice room.
You can do stuff.
I can click on, I get the menu that pops up, but I don't get menus on anything down here.
And by the way, it looks paused on our screen because I was about to call you Bowser. Gluon is in build mode.
Bowser's in build mode.
Yeah, I was about to say Bowser.
Damn, look at all these doors appearing.
Bowser was running away from me the other day, and I was like, James. And I was like, oh wait, no.
That's parenthood for you, Deli. Okay,
Really?
all the names start blending together.
Oh, no.
It was like maybe 6 months that we started eventually calling the Glue Baby number 4 by her name and not by Glue Baby number 3's name.
Thank you for the subs, everyone, as well. Very appreciated.
Yeah, thank you guys. Sorry, we're not shouting them out at the moment.
No, we can't even I can't even click on the floor to say go here or anything down here. Like I can't even do anything for some reason.
You obviously won't see the room being added, but
I can see. Yeah, I can't see the new build mode stuff. I can see doors, for example, because those are objects.
Okay, so I mean, you should be any room should be accessible now. It should be at least. Okay, do you want to try to click on it now?
I can't even click on the ground.
No, it didn't work.
I'm thinking because there was an update to The Sims and there was an update for this mod. I'm thinking there's been some kind of it works, but it's you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Something's kind of messed up. So anyway, we'll just deal with it. We'll roll with the punches. Anyway, so we're all going to paint a classic lodge. And then we're going to see which is the most valuable painting.
Are we want to do small just because it's quicker, or do we want to, because large will take
Okay,
a while?
we'll do a
Glue
small
on.
one.
And needs decay turned off.
Are they not going down? They shouldn't be.
Hygiene's only gone down a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think anything else has moved.
Oh boy.
Oh,
The doors
okay.
do lead to rooms. If you see it on Glue on stream, there are rooms there. It's just because in the multiplayer mod, you can't actually build. Like, it doesn't sync unless you save and reload the game.
Hello.
Hello?
Oh, so it's going great. There's no time on this one. You just have to paint
Okay,
a
so
small painting.
who's gonna make... Oh,
The doors
okay.
do lead to rooms. If you see it on Glue on
Okay.
And added by
subs, Bowser.
yeah, we'll move the ducks. Yeah, it could be. We just like force a stick. I mean, we don't need doors though, do we?
Well, maybe if it's not accessible.
I think we need doors into each room.
Although,
So every room.
I mean,
accessible.
we can't get to the dice room, but I can click in there. So I don't know. It's weird.
No, you can click on the dice room though.
I can click on the toy chest in the
Oh, you
dice
can
room.
do stuff.
I can click on, like, I get the menu that pops up, but I don't get menus on anything down here.
And by the way, it looks paused on our screen because I was about to call you Bowser. Gluon is in build mode.
Bowser's in build mode.
Yeah, I was about to say Bowser.
Damn, look at all these doors
You know,
appearing.
Bowser was running away from me the other day, and I was like, James, and I was like, oh wait, no.
That's parenthood for you, Deli. Okay,
Really?
all the names start blending together.
Oh, no.
It was like maybe 6 months that we started eventually calling the Glue Baby number 4 by her name and not by Glue Baby number 3's name. Like,
Thank you for the
just-
subs, everyone, as well. Very appreciated.
Yeah, thank you guys. Sorry we're not shouting them out at the moment.
No, I can't even click on the floor to say go here or anything down here. Like, I can't even do anything for
Well,
some
let me
reason.
say, you obviously won't see the room being added, but
I can see, yeah, I can't see the new build mode stuff. I can see doors, for example, because those are objects.
okay. So, I mean, you should be any room should be accessible now. It should be at least. Okay. Do you want to try to click on it now?
I can't even click on the ground. It doesn't.
No, it didn't work.
I'm thinking because there was an update to The Sims and there was an update for this mod. I'm thinking there's been some kind of it works, but it's you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Something's kind of messed up. So anyway, we'll just deal with it. We'll roll with the punches. Anyway, so we're all going to paint a classic lodge. And then we're going to see which is the most valuable painting.
Do we want to do small just because it's quicker, or do we want to, because large will take
Okay,
a while?
we'll do a
Glue
small
on.
one.
And needs decay turned off.
Are they not going down? They shouldn't be.
Hygiene's only gone down a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think anything else has moved.
Oh boy.
The doors
Okay.
do lead to rooms. If you see it on Glue on stream, there are rooms there. It's just because in the multiplayer mod, you can't actually build. Like, it doesn't sync unless you save and reload the game.
Hello.
Hello?
Oh, so it's going great. There's no time on this one. You just have to paint
Okay,
a
so
small painting.
who's gonna make the best
But
painting?
Deli and James are inspired, so I feel like I'm not going to do well on this one.
Why did we get
I am
inspired? How did we even...
I'm playful though. So
Oh, what are
that
our
might help.
traits? Do we have different traits? Is that why?
I think I'm creative.
I've just pulled your Sims from the gallery, so whatever you have.
Probably
said.
should have.
Oh yes, I'm
Yeah,
creative.
I'm creative too.
James going with a flower. Am I not creative?
I'm making a llama.
What are you for? Let's see. The one's goofball, geek, and clumsy. Yeah, I don't know that that's going to help you in this challenge.
James is painting a flower.
But I'm
Dawn's
goofy,
painting
though.
a red bowl, and we're
Yeah,
making
yeah.
a llama.
Being the most uncreative person, I'm doing some fruit in a basket, and you.
I got a sweet flower. Do we have skills in this?
That might look like the most expensive, but
Oh, look at my painting skill.
Come on,
okay,
Deli.
good. It's
All
looking
those
real
art
good.
classes
Is
are
that a
going to pay
lawnmower
off.
or horse?
It's both.
Oh, nice.
Am I done?
It's a horse with a full of lobber.
Oh, $65 is what mine is.
65. Pretty good. All right.
65?
It's the score to beat at the moment.
I mean,
That was a
Still
bit
figuring out
quick,
the-
wasn't it?
I don't know.
Very
We
quick.
don't know. We'll find out. See what yours is, and then we'll
I
know.
think it's the VAT. Mine looks expensive.
Ooh, Dawn's does look really nice.
50.
How is that 50
How?
and this is
Yeah,
65?
yours looks better than mine, I'm going to be honest. Oh, 59.
59! What?
Winner!
James
Yes!
wins again.
Here we go.
Are you serious?
I may be lagging behind on the board, but I'm winning the minigames, and that means I get the minigame star.
As if that's
Yeah.
better than Gluon's or mine. Okay, mine's looking a little rough.
All right, James now has 2 honeys.
Sweet. Where are my honeys at? Let's see. Where's my honey glue glues?
There it goes. There they are. There they go.
Look at my honey.
All
That's
right.
my money right there, guys.
James is definitely winning this. He's behind the ball, but he's winning in the honey.
And that's all that matters. Yeah.
I'm not happy about this.
Okay.
Not happy at all.
All right.
All right, glue on roll for us.
Who's first again?
You,
Is it
isn't
me
it?
again?
Yeah.
It's me. Yeah,
Yeah, you, then me, then Deli.
All right, nice man.
I think. I think that's
I'm having
right.
a great time, by the way.
James is cheating. I'm literally doing nothing. I can't even do anything in this. We can't even move my sim. Like,
Gluon got a 2.
oops.
I got a 2, so I'm going right here, and I'm moving my duck up there
Nearly,
too.
yeah,
Okay?
nice. Moving the ducks on time.
Needs are going down.
Oh, cool.
There you go. Okay,
Oh, fish. Sweet.
Let's hang on. Sorry.
What am I rolling?
Hang on,
James
sorry,
is on
James.
walk. James has quit the game.
No, I know. That's my fault. That's my fault.
Oh, did you click fun on my sim?
Yeah, because it's like James's turn. Click on fun. I know, not the phone. Get the ducky, dude. No, not the phone, dude. Ah! Dude, the duckies. The duckies.
It's like, I don't feel like doing that right now.
Here we go.
Fine.
All right,
Oh.
what's green?
Oh, what's green?
Green, a good one.
6.
Six.
Oh. All right, where do I want to go? So I have to go
Alright.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can get to the food
You can get to the food.
if I take the
You're going
shortcut.
for the food.
Sliding. Let's try to
Yeah.
try to trick slide.
All right.
Here we go.
I skipped the bathroom. He doesn't need to use the, he doesn't need to use the
I
bathroom. That's
don't
good.
really need
Oh,
anything at
that's
the moment.
nice.
Thank you.
Dang.
Whoa.
Yeah, you like that? Okay, let's cancel the
you
interaction so I don't do it again. And then, so when I get to the food, what happens? No,
Well, you
I
can
said cancel it. No.
You can eat the food, and then we're gonna put the plate on the table because the person with the most plates at the end gets an extra honey.
Now,
Okay.
wait, so did I count that right? Because I counted like one spot before the one spot after. Like the slide isn't also a spot, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
it's basically you skip into that one
So
basically.
should I be eating the food?
I mean, if you're here, I would. I
Okay, grabbing.
mean, if you don't want to,
No,
but
no.
the person with the most plates at the end gets the
Well,
honey.
if that's the thing, then I'm going to eat it. I mean,
That's the thing.
I might stack on a few pounds because I'm not hungry at all, but we'll see how we go. All right. I mean, I guess
Right.
Ellie can probably roll now while I'm eating. So
Right. Yeah. And deli.
Okay, let's see what we're going to get.
Here we go.
Here we go. Do, 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 do,
You got the red one, which is
Ooh, not too good.
it is
Oh, 5.
5.
oh dang,
It is
nice.
good.
So if
Alright.
Deli eats the food, does she have to stop and then?
Yeah, now, Deli, if you want to eat food, you have to stop at that one and eat food. Do you want to stop or keep going? It's up to you.
I'm going to keep going, guys.
Dang,
Okay.
going for the honey.
I don't
Right.
care about these food stops unless I need it.
Right. Okay. Cool. Mini game time.
Everyone's favorite time. Let's minigame it.
All right,
Oh my
so
god,
we're gonna
thank you,
do-
the real MGM.
It's my vote. It's my thing now. You get to vote over my chats. Let's go with basketball for one.
Basketball for 2.
The basketball's gonna be on there. And let's say the running one is 2, and the soccer ball.
Everyone's
is
saying
3.
ducks.
Oh,
Oh, where am I going? I'm taking the plate. My Sim's taking the plate to wash up. I thought he was just supposed to keep it in his inventory.
I'm confused here.
No, you
It's
gotta
all
put
good.
the
Hang
plate
on.
on your table.
Well, I mean, I can't do that. My Sim was trying to wash up his plate. Oh, it's on the half wall now by the toilet.
Okay, hang on. Let me get that for you because otherwise I'm gonna forget it. Where is it now?
On the half wall by the
Half
toilet.
wall. That's what it's great. Thanks, James, for putting that there.
I know. My Sim was running off to a sink to wash up. That's not my fault. That's game design issues.
Oh, guys, Kelsey Dangerous just raided me.
Oh, nice. Hey, Kelsey.
Welcome.
It's your birthday as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday! If you
That's
guys haven't
amazing.
checked out Kelsey Dangerous, you definitely should. She's an awesome streamer,
amazing.
YouTuber,
Yeah, she's so
lovely
nice as well.
person. Thank you so much for the raid. We're actually on Sims 4 multiplayer mod, and Dr. Gluon has made this game board. So we're playing a board game. And
It's like Mario
it's like,
Party by The Sims.
yeah, so we're about to play our mini game.
Right. All right. So we're gonna go 1 for basketball, 2 for laundry. Okay. 3 for soccer ball, or 4 for fishing. Okay. Did you get that? The poll
Wait.
is now started. 1 for basketball, 2 for laundry, 3 for soccer ball, and 4 for fishing.
Oh, fishing's pretty rough. Basketball. I'm voting 1. Voted.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 1, 2.
Everyone vote for basketball. This is in Gluon's chat, everyone, by the way. This is not. So we're sort of rotating through our chats. This one's in Gluon's chat.
Oh, should I eat the cake from the cow plant whilst we wait?
I mean, it's probably going to be a dead cow plant pretty soon.
I just want to see the animation, but all my needs will go down. It's a trick.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Basketball is winning.
Really? Damn.
It's 1 for basketball, 2 for laundry, 3 for soccer ball, 4 for fishing. All right, I'm going to cut off a minute, so.
Thanks for the subs, everyone. Very appreciated. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. We are doing basketball.
Oh, finally.
Hooray. Hooray. All right, the duckies are my spot.
All right, let's see if this teleporting works this time.
It's worked every time. What are you talking about?
I mean, I can't click on anything in the room, so I'm going to guess no.
We just have to live with this situation now, I feel.
I mean, we can always try saving and reloading, but I don't know if we can be bothered, so it's not that big of a deal unless Gluon gets
Let's say
annoyed.
walk down. Well, I mean, should we
But the
walk
thing
back
is,
up?
I can't, but before you even teleported me, I can't click on anything in the basement. Like, I think we'd have to reload the game for anything to start working.
I don't know. All right, so
It's
this
not
is
that big of a
pretty
deal.
simple. This is a pretty simple one. We're all gonna go and do a dream dunk. You know, a big dream one.
Oh, yeah.
And if you don't get it in, you're out. If you get it in, you're in, and you keep going until there's only one left. Okay.
I love it. It's like that real game. What's it called?
This is a real
Basketball?
game, excuse me.
No, there's a name for it where you're like. Anyway, let's go ahead. Let's see. Let me hurry up and win this mini game.
Let's, Gluon, hurry up and get us to all do it, please.
All right, here we
I'm
go.
gonna win.
Oh,
Big dreaming.
oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Let's go, Dylan.
I'm out.
Why? Every time.
3 in a row, baby!
This is so unfair. What? Win the game.
Let's, Gluon, hurry up.
Like.
In. So
It's
this
not
is
that big of a
pretty
deal.
simple. We're gonna